Hello, hello. And today we once again, I was going to say we were going to go on the work on the programming language, but hopefully we don't actually work on the programming language that much, but we are going to actually try and work more on what we started. Which is making a game with it. Right, so we were doing some WebGL stuff. We can load the textures, draw stuff on the screen, have the keyboard input, so we can actually try to make a simple game. Potentially improve the language. All right, so here's what we have so far. Here's what we have so far. I just do just serve. This is going to open the server that we can listen, that we can open in Firefox. I'm also going to use the kiosk mode so that we see this thing as a window like that. Can have it on the screen all the time, I guess. Wait, can I not have my floating windows to be on top of the bar in Hyperland? I'm wondering. Guess not. Just thinking of putting it behind, like instead of my links, either video. But it's okay. It's gonna be like over. It can be just over here, I suppose. Maybe in the bottom. I don't know. Where is it better? Let's do it in the bottom. All right. So far this is very simple. I can also put this into the full screen mode sometimes, right? So we can use the keyword, the arrow keys to move the player. And the player is going to die if it hits the enemies, and the enemies, they just keep coming forever and ever. That's what we have so far. Hello, Pigorly. Have you seen this yet?
Gorley.
We are actually doing the game dev now in Kast. Perfect game. We need to come up with an actual game, though. You're seeing it now? Yeah, we need to, like, make it into an actual game. But I think it would be nice if the game was actually... having something to do with the language, maybe, because it's like the demo game for the language, I suppose. And what I mean is, wait, now every single window in Firefox is needs some unicorns. That's what I was saying. Like we don't have a lot, but we have a unicorn, so maybe we make a game about unicorn. So any ideas? If I open like a Firefox window like this is a Firefox window without any decorations, because it's the Firefox in kiosk mode. Can I still have other windows which are not in kiosk mode? I have like the previous windows that were open in not kiosk mode. Can I just do Firefox? Like if I just do Firefox new window like this, it opens the new full screen. A single like page. There should be a way, right? Super Unicorn Brothers 3 complete a ripoff of SMB3. Never played SMB3, so no idea. I think that the game should be really simple though. We should do a really simple game. So that I think it should work on the phones too. So ideally something with very simple controls that don't require a keyboard. Does Kast Unicorn have a name? Not yet, not yet. Maybe we will come up with a name eventually. Yeah. But I was thinking, hold on, let me like figure out this Firefox stuff. Can I really not? Can I really not? Firefox, new window, chat, gpt.com. Like, how do I open? Now I have like the chat GPT. How do I prevent new Firefox windows from being kiosk mode if I have already opened a window in kiosk mode? I want to keep that one. It's kind of annoying a little bit. Like the old times, or getting back into the game dev. Yeah, we'll still like need to work on the language. I'll try to not do too much work on the language today. Probably, hopefully none. But we will need to improve it for sure. Kiosk stays trapped forever as intended. Prevents sharing the same process. Use separate Firefox instances. Run kiosk Firefox in its own profile plus instance, and normal Firefox in another. No remote. -p isolates the profile. Really? Maybe I just open Chrome. Is there a Chrome? Is there a Chrome with kiosk mode? Or not? A game which has to do with the language. Each level is a rewrite of a programming language. From time to time, bugs occur, and you need to shoot them. Yeah. Well, maybe it doesn't have to do this much with the language, you know, just a little bit. So just having a unicorn there is good enough, maybe. Okay. Anyone ever used the Firefox kiosk mode? Like now everything is kiosk. Kind of annoying. Wait, what if I open Firefox now? Still is like this. I need to close everything and then reopen Firefox. Then it opens properly. Okay. Oh, this one is attaching to like, yeah, this one is starting the process. So if I try to do like this new window, this one is exiting immediately because it's attaching to this process. I see what's happening. So what if I do like Firefox, what did it say to me just a second ago? No remote. Let me open it back. Yeah, it was saying no remote. Okay, I can do with a profile, right? So this is going to be a custom profile. If I just open the game there, that should be fine. Firefox stores information on your settings, preferences, and other items in your user profile. Start profile. Start Firefox. This one used the old thing. Oh, I need to like create the profile first, I guess, right? Create profile. And finish. Exit. So now this profile exists and it's going to open it. It's going to be a new thing, but this okay. This is okay. I just want to use this so that I can open the window like this. Right? What? This one is not working now. Am I still serving? I am. Cannot access property, create shader. Context is null. Failed to create WebGL context. WebGL allow Windows native GL false. WebGL exhausted drivers. What? Okay, I guess we're going to forget about this idea then. Just going to use it normally. Annoying. All right. I was thinking about maybe like, you know, there's the Nyan Cat. Isn't there like games about this? Can we have something similar? Why is this not opening me the link to the actual video? Why is YouTube also this annoying?
What happens when you move? It's just amazing. Like seriously, just yeah, you know, you're on crack and you're going really fast.
Yeah, I don't know. There was also like this Google dinosaur game in the browser. I don't know if this one is still alive.
Today, I got a very good score on the Chrome Dino game, and that's what we're going to be going over today. Easily cheat this game.
But something simple like this would be
no collision, and you can just go through cactuses.
Would be good.
A very easy thing to do that a few people on YouTube I have seen have done. And the second thing is there's no official.
Just a single like button to play the game, right? But this is going to be not a dinosaur, but like the unicorn. Other thing that I was thinking about is the Geometry Dash, which is also a single button game, I guess. I just need to figure out what is our environment, right? Click, 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 click. 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 It was just working.
This is Stereo Madness, but with something different about it. That's not right. Me and my friends...
Yeah. Anyway. the overall idea, something like that. I guess it is like, should be like a side scroller, and we like click to go up, and that's it. And then we like dodge, or maybe collect instead. Something would be another thing to do, I guess. Right? I was also changing the code a little bit off stream. Most importantly, I decided to try to use the actual context system. So we have hello Nigel. So in order, for example, to call any OpenGL, any WebGL function, right? Like to clear the screen over here, right? We say GL clear. So this thing requires the OpenGL rendering context, but this is still a free function. So what instead we do is that we get our current context, which means that this function must be called only if we have the context in current scope. We currently don't track the context, but it is supposed to be something like with context here. This is supposed to be specified, inferred, type, checked, and everything. So instead of having the this thing as a method on the context, we have this as a free function which requires an implicit context. Instead is the idea, which makes the API clear. As far as I understand, like Raylib is done this way. I never used this, but if I take a look at the source code, of this, right? Yeah, you see, you just clear the background. It's basically using the global state, which is current window, current like OpenGL context, everything. So it looks like it's a regular function, while in reality it is using some state, right? So the idea is to make the API look clear, look simple like that, but it's not exactly global stuff, right? It is the context system in Kast that we have, and we just use that. Okay. So anyway, we want to keep working on that game. Let's start by switching the player character to the unicorn, maybe. Do we just screenshot it? Do we want the pixelated game or not? No idea. Interesting. All right, this is just going to be my palette, I guess. All right, how do you draw things here? We want to draw a circle. There we go. That's our unicorn. Hello, Nerdcell. What's Gamedev? Well, that's when we don't work on the language too much and instead work on a game a little more than usually, I guess. Ever heard of that? This looks ugly. So we're game dev is when you spend an hour drawing the thing, and then 10 hours debugging the simple gameplay. I guess. Nerds always making some updates to close the light. Yeah. Nerds are actually working on a game, imagine. Feel like I need some more stuff outside of the screen here. Drawing a spherical unicorn is not an easy task. That's what I know. Let's start with the horn. That's not how it's supposed to work, right? Actually end on the blue. This one is like light. Maybe it makes sense for it to be like that actually. Hey, casting. Anyway, we should like come up with a gameplay, guys. I think so far that it's literally just a runner. You know, we like run left to right, right? And we like, what do we dodge is the question, right? What's the theme? It's going to be like a running, like we want to play as the unicorn, and I want the gameplay to be really simple. Ideally, like a single, a single button game, I guess, right? Like a Flappy Bird, for example, or Geometry Dash, or the dinosaur game from the Google, something like that, you know? We need to come up with the theme. So far, we only have the unicorn, right? What are the other things? I think we can like collect stars, maybe. But how do we lose the game? Or do we like not lose the game? Maybe is another option. A dinosaur clone makes sense. Yeah, but what do we dodge then? What do we dodge? So dinosaur is dodging the cactus, right? Does that make sense? The lore of the dinosaur dodging a cactus, jumping over cactus. How did they come up with that? So what do we jump over? Hold on, let me do this. 0. 60. No, let's I guess that 0, 30. I'm just going to go the hue every 30 degrees here to get the palette. What about the Yeti spawns Pingu throw? What's a Pingu throw? I was thinking though of this game, the of the Yeti sport, the extremely extreme sports, the ski free or whatever, right? It was originally, we can just recreate this game that we already had before. You was thinking of this game as well? Because this one is simple, right? You just go left and right, and you dodge the trees, right? It's called Linksider. No, I don't think we make the Linksider yet in Kast. This should be doable. I guess we don't care about the avalanche. We just remove it. Pum, 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 pum. But how do we move the unicorn into the skiing game? A skiing unicorn? Your small camel experiment became Kast. Who knows, maybe this small game will become the next Linksider before the current Linksider releases. At some point I was thinking that I should release this game. It did good on the Ludum there. I got top 3 with this one. What if ES bar marbles? No, no, the example game that we're making. We're not making something multiplayer. It should be single player. Ping throw. Oh, I remember this game. No, I played this game for sure. You should release a game. You should already have a Twitch podcast. Yeah. I like the sound effect. Okay, so if we want to end the unicorn with this thing, then we are going to rotate the thing like this, you know? There's a bloody version where you hit bombs and stuff goes further. I might have played that too. I might have played that too. I think if we do it like this, then that's our horn. Good enough, I think. Right? Can I like, let's actually get the bigger canvas, like actually big. Oh, this thing is still there? Lol. I also can do the layers, I guess. Okay. Does this make sense? Maybe. Maybe. I think I'm okay with how the legs turned out here. So, I just do that here. All right. Next, we want the face. How should the face work? I like the eye should be bigger. The important decisions of game development. That's a snowman. There's something wrong here. Maybe if I move these things lower. Maybe this is not too bad. Wait, what game dev is really about? I don't know. Whenever I see somebody work on a game, they always have a sprite open and like 4 hours. That's all that they do, right? The game development is all about graphics. Everybody knows that, right? The game is not a game if the graphics is not there. They'll change variable names. Yes. All right, so we have the bold unicorn right now. So how do we add the this stuff now? The hair. This one is actually the most difficult part, I think. But also, I'm thinking that we can change the body to be like a little bit more flat like this. I guess. Because in this case... we can add something on the top. Because ideally I just fit into this square, right? The entire thing. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, is that good? What will be our background in the game, by the way? What we're going to be like riding through? I think some sort of a space theme, right? So something like this is going to be our background, maybe? Maybe even darker, like that. You know? Or is space like actually black? What's the color of space? I just found out Close to Light. Top 10 rated free rhythm game on itch. Tagged mouse only. Nice. Need more ratings? Where do you see it? Like, is there any, like, ratings of your game somewhere? Wait, I'm not logged in? Log in. Oh, I am following you now. Rate this game. 5 out of 5. "89 days ago, visual update. First update, March 4th, 2024. Working on this game for more than 2 years already. Is this older than Linksider? Hold on. Is this game older than Linksider or not? Space has no color. It's simply not illuminated. And even then, it would be transparent. Yes, makes sense. So how do we draw transparent? What's this? I got followed. All right. Okay. So dark blue it is, I guess. Dark blue it is. Can I like get rid of this butt thing too potentially? If we do something simple like that, it's like exactly the same thing but rotated. Does that work? This is a little bit of a too small amount of hair, right? We want more. If I fill this in, does that work? Or do I need to... I feel like if I fill this fully, then it's... actually, I don't hate it, actually, then. I think on the top, it's okay. But the tail is kind of weird. Create 1x1 PNG with alpha set to 0. I think I almost like this sprite already. Well, there's like a couple pixels that we need to change somewhere. Which pixel to change? Which pixel? Or should I not change any pixel? Or maybe like this thing. Move this down here. What do you guys think about this? Is this good? I think this is pretty good. Wait, I think there is still something wrong about the lags. Maybe if I add these, does that make it better or worse? This makes too long lags. I don't like that. But maybe this. Maybe I just make a darker color here. Boom, boom. Make second leg from left shorter. This one. Do you think it should not be symmetrical? Like, isn't it weird that this one is now like that? Unless we make both of these shorter, but then... Make it even shorter? You mean like shorter than the first leg? Like this? It's like the inverse. Now. I mean, I could see this being used in the jump animation though. Only the second leg. Not forward. You're trying to make something wrong, I think. Oh, you mean like this because like it's you want me to move this one over here too? Is that what you're saying? Because like perspective. I don't think that I think that's not how it should work though. No. I don't think so. It is supposed to be a spherical unicorn. Right? I already lost some of the spherical shape here. Maybe actually bring some of that back. Can I? No, I think if I do this, this looks wrong. A pig? What do you mean pig? A unicorn, there's a horn there. All right. Let's use this for now. We can make that better later, I guess. Save unicorn PNG. All right, there we go. So we have player unicorn PNG. Right, just build which. Okay, alright, so this sprite is obviously having a little bit of transparency, but we don't see the transparency here. We have the background. Let's also change the background color. Right, so it should be like dark blue, red, green, blue. 0.1 maybe. Yeah, that should be like good background color, I think. So we want the transparent pixels to not be here. The way we do this is we have GL alpha test. WebGL rendering context. We can do it inside of the shader. Yeah, the alpha test is like the old thing. Yeah. There's also blending. But if we do pixel perfect stuff, then we can don't necessarily need blending, I guess. Or we can actually, yeah, maybe I do like the idea of blending. If we are going to have some semi-transparent stuff later, then we should actually do the blending. Okay, so blending is a way to mix the colors, that the color that is right now on the screen and the color that we are rendering. Right now we are not blending, so we're just overwriting the pixels on the screen, right? And there are different ways to do the blending. So we need to first to enable blend. Have I GL? Do I already have the function enable here? I do not. Let's create a function enable. Cap. Any reason why you don't use 2D? 2D rendering context of the WebGL? That's what you mean? Because I will want to use the WebGL eventually for the other games. I don't care about the 2D rendering context too much. WebGL is more flexible. Every 2D game is made with WebGL anyway. I mean, every 2D game is done with the 3D APIs anyway. 2D rendering context is just exposing some like pre-built functions for you to like draw lines and stuff, right? Draw some like simple shapes. But to control everything better, you do the native APIs like WebGL directly. Okay, we will want to enable the blending. We will also want to set the blending function. There is three things. There's blend color, blend equation, and blend equation separate, and blend func. Right? Blend func is setting the source factor and destination factor. Blend equation says the mode, add, subtract, or reverse subtract. There's also the extension, which allows you to use the minimum and maximum. So the idea is something like this. We have the color that is currently on the screen. That is called the DST, destination color. And then there is a color that we are trying to draw on the screen, which we call this the source color, right? So what is the result that we want to do, right? So we multiply basically. So WebGL provides us with a way to have a formula like this: source multiplied by source like multiplier, right? Plus destination multiplied by destination multiplier, basically. So now this is not necessarily a plus, so this is what the equation is about. Blend equation, right? So it is source plus destination. This is the default value, right? You can change this into a minus, into subtraction, Or you can change it into the reverse subtract, where you subtract source from destination instead, right? So that's what the blend equation supports. You can also do the minimum instead of addition, right? If you have this extension. Then using the blend equation separate means that we can do the separate equations for the alpha versus the RGB components, right? And blend func is specifying the factors, right? S factor, D factor. I call them Ks. I guess these are source factor and destination factor. So this over here is going to be blend equation operator. These are the factors. I guess blend equation operator is the function that operates on the source times source factor and destinations times destination factor. That's like the general way of doing that. There is also the blend color. This function sets the constant. This function sets the constants because so what do we multiply with, right? Source times source factor. The thing is, the source factor can actually is not necessarily a constant also, because the source factor can be one of these things. It can be 0, it can be 1, it can be source color, 1 minus source color, destination color. Like, there's a bunch of different things that we can use here. And one of them is a constant. In case of the constant, this is the constant that we specify using this other function. It's a little bit complicated. I don't know why I don't actually know why any of the graphics APIs don't give you the direct control over the exact formula. And instead they just allow you to like manipulate the formula in like this kind of ugly way. Can you actually, like, I'm pretty sure you cannot. Like Vulkan, change blend equation. Blending. Any Vulkan professionals around? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same, right? So you say blend factor 1, blend factor source alpha. Like, why is it like this? Why don't we just program this just like we do the shaders? What's the issue? Is it because this is actually hard-coded on the GPUs? Why do I need to specify? It used to be the hardware thing, but these days it's not, right? So shouldn't modern graphic APIs allow you to change it any way you want? Fixed function blending. So the GPU has the programmable stuff and the fixed function stuff, right? Blending, you cannot also change the depth testing, multi-sampling, anti-aliasing. There is programmable blending these days. Is there? Is it like done in another way where in the shader? Well, I mean, I know that there are ways. For example, you can render like you can supply as a texture the thing that you are rendering onto, right? But I don't think there is a way to read the actual target frame buffer color directly from a shader. Well, maybe there is these days. Blending does not scale if you make it general purpose. Hardware blending is still orders of magnitude faster than shader-based blending for common cases. That's what ChatGPT tells me. I saw some things where like you basically these days can in every pixel can like store like a linked list of all of the things that have been rendered to it and then do the programmable blending like this way, so that you can do like order independent like transparent 3D objects. But that's supposed to have like some overhead as far as I understand. So that's why the fixed function blending is still there. That's a lot of linked lists. I'm not exactly sure. I did read something about that. Oh, some time ago. If you search for like order independent blend like transparency. Like, I know that there's like depth peeling, for example. Yeah, I don't know if I can find it easily. Anyway, yeah, I'm supposed to work on a game. We want to come up with an actual game. We want to feature the unicorn of the Kast in the game because we're writing the game in Kast, right? We want something something simple. Just make snake. But unicorn is not a snake. All right, let's first work on the actual, like, just enable the blending. And the kind of blending that I want is the pre-multiplied alpha blending. I guess. Actually, I'm wondering if if I load the image data from the HTML image element in WebGL, do I do the it is not being pre-multiplied originally, right? We want text image 2D. This thing. We supply as a source the image HTML image element currently. Then there is like this function, pixel store, which changed the way pixel storage works. And so we already use the unpack flip y WebGL. So then when we supply this source, we're going to flip it automatically on the vertical axis. There's also unpack pre-multiply alpha WebGL. Multiplies the alpha channel to the other color channels. And by default, it's false. I feel like I want to enable that too. Make a simple MMO featuring 120 player servers and dungeons. Yeah. Okay, give me a second. What if the unicorn has to go and talk to bugs on the screen and talk to them until they disappear? Talking? You mean like a game with text? No. So is this WebGL simpler than normal WebGL? Well, you have a lot of things that are already done for you in the web. For example, loading images, right? How do you load images in your normal? I don't know, if you're writing C, you use some library, but you already have the APIs to do that on the web. Just staying closer, like reviving in PUBG. close to bugs. Is that what we call the game? Yeah. All right. Let's first. Yeah, we want to do this. Pixel store bool. Unpack, pre-multiply, alpha, WebGL. Yes. So we'll use this function over here, and I guess we're going to do this. Unpack, pre-multiply, multiply, alpha, WebGL. Right? So this WebGL specific enums. There's also like other WebGL specific enums. Unpack pre-multiply, unpack color space conversion, browser default WebGL, context loss WebGL. What is this? Default color space conversion or no color space conversion? No documentation here. Nah, it's probably in this spec somewhere. So this means that if I load this game, it's... Wait, actually it did not do anything. Did I recompile? I did recompile, right? Because if I pre-multiply, because the alpha here is supposed to be 0. So if I multiply by 0, am I not supposed to get the 0 here? Oh, wait. We have the background. I know why. I know why this is white, actually. It is because behind the canvas, we have the white default HTML body. Background black. Well, now I need to change it, right? There we go. If it's black, then we're going to do that. Yes, because we need to disable the transparency for the canvas itself. Ideally. Or I mean, technically, if we enable the blending, if our original background color is already not transparent, then we are never supposed to have the transparent pixels at all. So maybe I don't need to do that. We just need to enable the blending. Why don't you blending is such a simple game? Blending is a way to have semi-transparent pixels. We don't need blending. We can have not semi-transparent pixels, but we can instead do fully transparent pixels only, right? In order to do that, we can do a fragment shader, and we can like say that if the frag color alpha is like 0, basically, then we're going to discard, which means that don't draw this pixel on the screen at all, right? So this didn't work. Less than 0.5 maybe? Maybe it's not exactly equal to 0. Oh, it's... wait. I think it's not reloading properly. How do I make Firefox to actually reload this thing? It still is cached. Disable cache. Okay, there we go. There we go. Control F5 doesn't work. does not work. It does not work, I think, for the requests that are initiated from the JavaScript. Like, I'm using the fetch thing in JavaScript, right? So yeah, we can do like fully transparent pixels with this way, but in order to do semi-transparency, we need to actually do the blending. So I think I will do that anyway, instead of making the shader more complex. Is Kast hot to lower level yet? Not yet, no. Okay, we enable the blend. Then we have the blend func, source factor, DST factor. If I want the pre-multiplied alpha blending, then I think we want this separate, though. Right, so this one is specifying the separate function for this for the RGB components and for the alpha. That was the issue. Unexpected semicolon. Why is this a semicolon unexpected though? Equal. I forgot the equal sign. Let's just expose all of these functions. Blend function. Blend equation. Blend equation separate. Sure. I use the blend equation, like, I use it with the extension of the minimum and maximum, or it's usable without the extension in WebGL2. Kind of a nice thing. I use it for the generating the SDFs for the font rendering. Blend color, I guess. Let's expose that while I'm doing the blend, all of the blending functions. This one just has red, green, blue, and alpha. GL clamps. All right. So all I'm doing now is I'm just going for now to have the blending over here. So this is before I draw. I always I'm going to do this. I could do it once, but potentially in the future we want to support like changing the modes. So that's why I'm doing this every time before every draw call, which I think is okay. Right, so in order to do the pre-multiplied alpha, we want to blend func separate. Right, yes. Hello, Penguin Operator. Source RGB, destination RGB. Source alpha, destination alpha. So what is the alpha of the result? What is the alpha of the result? Actually, I think it's easier to look this thing up. Blend func pre-multiplied alpha. It's not that difficult, but just easier to look things up. Well, I mean, the colors are supposed to just be added together. They already... No, they are not. No, they are not. No, they are not. We are supposed to multiply the source RGB by source alpha. We're supposed to multiply the destination RGB by 1 minus source alpha, which means that if I'm drawing the fully transparent block, fully transparent pixel, then the source alpha is going to be 0, which means that we are going to multiply the RGB of the source by 0, and we are going to keep the RGB of the destination, which is already there. If we are drawing a fully opaque pixel, then we need to fully discard, so this should become 0 and this should become 1, right? Then the question is, what is the alpha? Because the alpha, it should be kept 1, if it was 1. So if we had the non-transparent pixel, then the result is still not transparent. So I think we can only add to the alpha. So I think the destination alpha has the multiplier of 1, but the source alpha has the multiplier of something like 1 minus destination alpha. I think this is the correct one. Maybe. So if we didn't draw anything, so if the destination is still transparent, then we just copy the source color, because this one is going to be just 1. So we have the source as the destination is going to be equal to source. Seems correct. And if the current frame buffer color is already opaque, then we are not going to modify this at all. Yeah, I think this is probably correct. Let's just take a look. This looks like it works. But we can see an issue. We can see an issue. That when I was drawing this, we see this pixel in the bottom. Why would we see this? Because when we are sampling the texture, we're actually getting the color of the top of this pixel here. That's why. Because the texture is kind of like wrapped around. So what we do to prevent this? We just say that our texture right, we are changing the magnification filter already, right? We generate the MIP maps for yeah, if needed. But also what I want is to change other parameter, which is called wrap mode, I think. Text parameter. So we can change the text parameter wrap as how the texture coordinate as is being wrapped. So by default, it is repeating, which means that if we go over the right edge of the texture, then we are getting to the left edge. So we want instead to do clamp to edge here. In this case, in case we're actually using the repeatable textures, then we will not want to do that, obviously. So maybe we do similar to filtering here. We will say like wrap mode, and wrap mode is going to be repeat or clamp to edge. Wrap mode, and we can do like this separately for the both dimensions. Actually, let's just... Do I supply this in the initialization function of the texture? That's how I do it right now. Or I could do that like later, I suppose. Let's not expose this as in the API yet. Let's just hard code this for now. That S is going to be clamp to edge. And T is also clamp to edge. Texture wrap S and T. There we go. So now we reload. And at least looks better now. Okay. 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 Did we get to understanding what are we supposed to dodge? These red squares are going to have to go. So we're going to go from left to right, I think, because that's the direction that the unicorn is facing. Is there like any lore about the unicorns in general? What is unicorns' worst enemy? A mirror? Also spreadsheets? Huh. How did it sneak in Rust? In a question about unicorns. Your life would be thousands if you just used the Rust instead. Memory safety alone would protect the unicorn. Of course. I mean, like, if I was making a game, a simple game, where I play as unicorn, and I want to dodge some enemy obstacle, what would that be? Unicorn also has meaning in the tech industry. What does it mean? Did I make a mistake by using the unicorn as the mascot? Gray cubes, clipboards, stop signs, anything aggressively normal. They move in straight lines and do not care about magic. So we have the contrast. Kind of makes sense, maybe. Unicorn Tech, remember the first to a private startup company that achieves a valuation of 1 billion or more. Bureaucracy monsters. Doubt clouds. Unicorn versus factory is a classical thing. Red tape walls that slide in patterns. I don't know. Is that a good thing? So we just draw an obstacle. So what it's proposing is that we have an obstacle, literally the thing like this. I don't know. We have the stop signs and like a red tape walls. How do I imagine the red tape wall? What am I trying to draw here? Red and tape, which is like yellow, I guess. That's right, red and yellow. Mm. Should be like I also guess we don't need the outlines really. Maybe we can have like multiple layers. Like, how does red tape usually work? This one is not going to be seen though. The I mean, you know what? We actually do the stop sign. Why not? Does that make sense though? I'm not aware of that lore of the unicorn, that they are afraid of the stop signs of anything regular. I mean, anything that's not magical, right? Is the idea here? Wait, how does stop signs look like? Stop sign. I can do this. I don't want to touch the edges. Can you make an HTML5 game? That's what I'm doing, yes. I am exactly doing HTML5 right now. I'm using WebGL. It's a little weird that the T is a little bit over the top. That's so that it doesn't blend with the other things. I think is okay. Another option is actually to get rid of the outline. Then I can have a little bit more space to draw my things. S-T-O-P. Yes, it actually works maybe better. We also have the post for this. I'm going to make it white. We are using the background, which is dark stop sign PNG. All right, let's try the enemy to be the stop sign PNG. Why not? Right? There we go. We have the stop signs. They are attacking us. They are squares though, so we want these stop signs to not be squares, of course. Right now, when I am drawing a quad, I'm saying the radius, but what I want is I guess I want to say our x and our y. Load 32. You or like half size, I guess, is a vec2. So we are going to say here half size is half size. Our vertex shader is going to use not the radius but vec2 half size. You half size like that. Yeah, sure, good enough. And now whenever we use this over here, we're going to say that half size. So units are supposed to be the rectangular ones, right? I mean the square ones. But in this case, just radius twice. Unless we change the half size here. Vec2, sure, half size unit. Half size. So we say that half size here is player radius for the enemies. Half size, enemy radius times 2, which means that when I'm doing the checking for the collisions, we don't have the radiuses anymore. Right? So this should be half size 0, half size 0, and this would be half size 1 here. So we check the collision also properly in this case. Okay. Right. Okay. The stop signs are not going to be flying like this, though, I think. That's not what we do. We instead, yeah, and I don't want to control myself with the keyboard keys. We are going to instead say that player is going to be constantly moving to the right. And I'm going to instead say that my camera, let's have projection matrix and the view matrix. Separate. But we're just multiplying them by each other. I feel like I want to... so, like, we care about just the view and projection matrices, that's all. But then we want to, like, set up the camera using some other things. Right? So I want the frame buffer size, I guess. So this stuff is going to be different. I'm going to instead say a width camera being camera this is a context type. Yeah. So I want to initialize this. The frame buffer size is the canvas size, because we're rendering to the canvas. We also want to set the field of view. I want to set the position. So let's say the position to be 0, 0 for now. This has width and height. All right, so view matrix is supposed to be just let's start with identity here first. We want to add the position to the X and Y. So it's something like 0 position 0 and 0 position Y. Either here or over here. Depends on how the WebGL handles the matrices. I think they are row first though, if I remember correctly. So I don't do this actually. Oh yeah, no, we do have one to be okay, fine. Okay, so this is still the same. I did not do anything, right? But what I wanted to do is change the position of the camera to be equal to the position of the player, right? Yes. So over here, can I just say camera? Because I can mutate the camera, right? Let camera is this. Right, so if player is some player, I can always just say that camera position is player position. No, because okay. okay, hold on a second. Yeah, so this is like the processed camera. And this is the not processed like camera stats. Okay, fine. Let's call this camera uniforms, I think. Is a good idea. And then camera is the thing that actually stores the position and the FOV. So camera uniforms can be initialized using the camera. And the frame buffer size. We can say camera position. Camera position. Camera context though is something that contains the camera uniforms. Yes, I think that is okay. So we're just going to say that over here camera context is camera uniforms init camera, and the frame buffer size is this. Okay, there we go. There you go. Oh shit, look at this. What happens? What happens? Oh my god. I think I did something wrong a little bit in my math. Looks funny, actually, a little bit. 3D, yeah, like actually doing 3D now. And Yeah, the issue is when I'm setting up my camera uniforms, right? So yeah, the camera position is over here. Although I want my metrics to actually look like this. So how do you guys usually do your matrices? Or like your vectors? So normally I think since we multiply metrics, you know, we multiply 3 by 3 metrics, we multiply this by the vector. 3, what do we get as a result? We get as a result vec3, right? But in this case, the vec3 is basically a matrix, which is, what, 3 by 1? So this is 3 by 3, 3 by 1. We get as a result, yeah, we get as a result 3 by 1 still, right? There we go. So like this is a column, is what I want. But I think that, there is something somewhere. Uniform matrix. So there is like this transpose argument, but in the WebGL it must be false. So we are not allowed to do the transposition ourselves. Which means they don't use any specific wording here, but I think like, so the idea is that we want to transpose the matrix, but I think I can also transpose it when I am converting it to the list like this. Also, ideally, we don't even do the conversion. So we are trying to convert to a flat float 32 array here, right? And this is supposed to be like the row major. Or column major, like one of the two representations of the matrices, right? So how do I transpose this thing here? I'm just giving it the first row, the second row, the third row. Doesn't that mean that I am doing it row major, right? Or transpose mat in shader. How do you do it, TCAP? Or do you don't use the matrices when you make your game? Hello, by the way. And happy Nora, hi. I feel like transpose in the shader is a hack. Ideally, I represent my matrices as this, because this is a costly conversion currently happening every time I'm trying to set my uniform. You do column measure everywhere, which is what OpenGL wants. Yeah. So I think because that's what OpenGL wants. Well, I mean, you are not... Wait, hold on. You're saying what OpenGL wants? I thought you were doing Vulkan. I thought you were doing Vulkan. Did you switch to OpenGL? But yeah, like, you are doing OpenGL, not WebGL. In OpenGL, you can like transpose, I'm pretty sure, when you are supplying the metrics. Maybe, I mean, you also can use the matrices in the attributes, I guess, not necessarily in the uniforms. Not sure if you can transpose there, but yeah. Oh, it's Coffee Lava that does Vulkan. I see. I thought you were doing it too for some reason. Yeah. OpenGL. Gang, let's go. So yeah, right now I'm just representing this as an object, not even as this, but I should stay close to the native representation that we are going to give to the OpenGL for the performance sake, of course. But for now, we are not doing this. Let's just do transpose here. I don't think I can. Well, I mean, I can, but if the problem is that if I store it as the representation, then I will not be able right now to initialize my metrics this nice in the code. Yeah, you know, like I'm just saying that my matrix is like this. So there's the first row, the second row, the third row. Well, I mean, I could have like matrix 3 dot from rows, for example, as a constructor, as another option, and then we just convert it once instead of converting it every time. Maybe not a bad idea. So I can make this actually as an opaque type then, because it's going to be stored inside of the JavaScript, and then we say mat3 from rows, you know, row 0, row 1, and row 2, and those are all the rows. I guess like Vax also should be represented as like the native thing instead of converting it every time also. Let's comment this and do it later. We're not trying to do the perfect stuff yet, okay? I'm going to transpose here. We just need to add this differently. Oh, there you go. It actually works already, right? I was thinking, why am I not moving? But that's because my my camera is now centered on the player. Okay, nice. This works. All right, now that the camera is centered on the player, we want to start moving to the right instead of spawning the enemies like this. Let's make the player go automatically, I guess. So we don't have the key inputs anymore. Right? Dun, 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 dun. So we move to the right with player speed. Sometimes we will be jumping. Let's say if key pressed space, then we're going to say velocity 1 is 1. Or by default we go like towards the ground. Gravity. Five. I don't know. We're going to say though that we cannot go below 0, right? So 0 is going to be the ground. So we are going to say that if player position y is less than 0, then we're going to keep the position at 0, or we can keep it as the maximum. Low farmer. I do have the maximum, right? No, I don't. Do I have minimum? Oh, I have absolute. Let's have maximum and minimum. Minimum A float, B float. Will we have Linksider cast rewrite soon? I don't know. No, I don't think so. The we have the JavaScript transpiler right now. It is really slow. They generated JavaScript. I should do work to make it faster. Generate better JavaScript. And then even if the generated code is fast enough, then there is a lot of like I have the LSP, right? It's not as bad, but I don't know. There's a lot of rough things in the language right now. I don't want to write something big yet. Linksider is not a big game, I guess. How much code do I have in Linksider actually? It's probably not that much. It says 275,000 lines of code. It's probably lying though, right? It's 22,000 lines of Rust, which is like, I feel like every project that I have is actually 20,000 line-ish, because my language itself is also, the cast is 20,000 lines. Yeah. Same amount. And I think the engine is 15,000 lines. Well, plus this. So like, yeah. So around 25,000, I think, in total. So if we count the engine plus the game code, then it would be around 50,000 lines of code actually. If we and then we need to add the standard library, because we don't have the Rust standard library, so we need to bring our own standard library, and like all of the other crates that I'm using potentially. So I guess we need to write around 100,000 lines of code to rewrite Linksider in Kast. Okay, well now I don't see any enemies. But I do want to... I think camera position should not be player position. It should be like player position X and 0. This way we can jump. Okay, there we go. There we go. I press space, we jump. Although we keep jumping as long as I am keep pressing the space for now. Okay. So now I want... We'll go with flying. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We could like make a flying thing instead of a jumping. Like we don't need the ground. The character could be a flying unicorn indeed. Yeah. Maybe you can help me figure out like the actual gameplay. I don't know, for some reason ChatGPT told me that like the stop signs are the worst enemies of the unicorns. Is that true? Are you familiar with the unicorn lore? Like what should we be trying to avoid if we're trying to make a game? It could be flying indeed, right? Like imagine a gameplay similar to Geometry Dash, where like you sometimes you jump, but sometimes you go into this other like flying mode where you like start going down if you don't hold space, otherwise you start going up, basically, right? We can have like this, and then you just dodge the enemies on the screen. Yeah. Horses, obviously. Obviously. I mean, we can just draw some evil faces and whatever. Actually, I like this idea of flying. Yeah, how about then we do this. Enemy player speed. I want like to have a player maximum vertical speed and player acceleration. We're going to say that we are going to say, oh, and similar to like max and min, I want to have another function which is called clamp. Clamp is another good function. Clamp x, where minimum and maximum are those. It's something like if x is less than minimum, then minimum. Else, if x is more than maximum, then maximum. Else x is what we want. So we're going to change the let's say velocity 0 is minimum player velocity. We're going to have the acceleration horizontal too, but just in the start of the game, I guess. Plus player acceleration times dt, minimum of that, and player speed. So we're going to reach the speed horizontally, but vertically. I'm going to say that velocity 1. Let's just say that x. bum, 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 bum. Let's just say that vertical acceleration is, if I'm pressing the space, then +1, else -1. Player velocity 1 is, we're going to clamp player velocity 1 plus vertical acceleration times player acceleration times dt, and we're going to clamp it. The minimum is the negative player max player vertical speed, and maximum as the +1. Wait, did I call it something else? Player max vertical speed. Okay. Oh, and then I guess we don't need to go to 0. We just need to make sure that we don't go like out of bounds or something. Yeah, there we go. Like I'm holding space, I'm not holding space. We go up and we go down. I feel like this should be going faster. The player acceleration could be like 5 times faster. Maybe the maximum speed also can be faster. Player speed 5. I don't know. Like, let's do this. Probably good enough. Yeah, I feel like we don't clamp the position. Well, I mean, we do want to clamp the position. Like, what should happen when we go out of the screen? Probably nothing, right? We should just stay there. So I say that if player position 1 absolute is more than FOV or than edge. Let's say edge is FOV divided by 2. I'm just going to say here that the player, I'm going to reset its velocity also on the y coordinate is also going to be reset to 0 in this case. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, and also let's make sure that we spawn the enemies. So when I spawn the enemy, I want to spawn it. We have the camera. So how about I spawn it to the right of the camera and some distance, right? And the enemy is actually not going to be moving, I think, right? let's just do this. Start position is just going to be, maybe there's no need to the RNG even. Velocity 0, 0. So just the start position. It's going to be like camera position 0. plus FOV divided by 2 is 0. Or I guess the vertical one, then after all, like if we're flying, then we need some flying enemies, right? So the vertical one can be RNG, I guess. So the enemies are static. It is the player that is moving instead. Is the idea, right? And then I die. But the enemies keep spawning. I don't like this stop sign. We need to do like some actual enemy. Let me just try an angry face. Is this angry enough? Let's call it angry PNG. Let's try again. The enemy radius is just so we just don't do this by 2. The this thing is going to be just angry PNG. If the background is dark, then the black eyebrows don't really work. But does it work as being angry if the eyebrows are white? This looks weird a little bit. Hmm. Can I make the background in the A sprite to be not that? I was thinking of trying the this to be red instead. You know? No, I think that doesn't work. That does not work. Wait, what if they're also white? That doesn't work though, right? Nah, we want them to be different for sure. I cannot really make them black because the background is dark unless I change the background. I mean, we could change the background. No, I don't like that. Ку-ку, привет. Здорово. We are trying to design an enemy. That's what we are doing, and we're trying to make a game with Kast, right? We're going to make a game where we play as the unicorn, which is the mascot of my programming language. So I'm pressing I'm pressing a key to go up or go down, and we are going to dodge the enemies. Some simple game. We don't want the game to be complex. But yeah, something like this. Yep. So I'm trying to figure out the enemy here. And it's difficult. Maybe we should focus on the gameplay first, though. I just have an idea. What if we actually mix the two things that I was trying to do? One of them was like that we would jump over the obstacles, you know, like in the dinosaur game. And another one is when we fly. The one thing that I don't like is basically if I right now let go of my like fly button, then we just go to the bottom of the screen and we just stay there. So what instead, like, I mean, we kind of do the same, but we stay at the ground and we just go. And from the ground, C++ rat mascot was beautiful enemy design actually. Yeah. Yeah. We can fight all of the different languages actually. Why limit ourselves to C++? We can have all of them there. Yeah, I did not think about the mascots of other languages to be our enemies. But yeah, we probably don't want that actually. But yeah, like I'm saying, what if we have like actually ground and the sky, so we can jump and fly, you know? So if I am on the ground, I would jump, but if I am in the sky, then I would like you know, change my speed a little bit. Anti-C++ propaganda? Yeah, I guess. If you add a C++ red, it would become a horror game. If anyone did not see the C++ mascot, it looks like this. What's the Kast mascot? Hmm? The unicorn, of course. That we're playing as. Do, 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 do. So it actually already works as intended then. I think gravity could be... Wait, hold on, I'm not using the gravity. I kind of want it to be faster. It feels a little slow right now. But I feel like our playable area should not be the entire FOV. Right? This edge. Playable FOV. Let's have that, you know. Playable FOV is like 8 maybe. If the unicorn should appear from above when falling down. I think I am just going to rotate the sprite a little bit. For now, the fact that we don't change the way it looks is okay. Playable FOV divided by 2. Well, basically, I'm going to say that ground is at 0. How about this? Ground is 0 and maximum height is 8. That's what I want. Stuff playable FOV. So we're going to say that instead of this, we're going to say that if player position 1 is less than ground, and if it's more than max height, then it is max height. Okay. But I think I will make the camera y coordinate to be ground plus max height divided by 2. So this is still... Actually, no, this makes this thing as at the ground. Camera position. Oh, it's because like camera position 0 is player position 0. We are going to only change this thing. Okay, so this is the ground. I see. Minus player have size 1. Okay. So now I can, I think max height maybe can be just 5. I want to draw the edges of the playable area now so that it's more obvious. So let's draw grass. Let's draw grass. 32 by 8 or something. I don't know. How do we draw grass? We're going to be running on grass, are we not? Or are we going to go on something else? I think grass makes sense. All right. Bum 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 bum. Does this work? I think it should. So this is, I want to be a repeatable texture then. Let's figure out how do we draw grass. So this one though, we want it to be wrapped on the x coordinate, not on the y coordinate though. On the y we want it to be clamped, on the axis we want it to be wrapped. We want to wrap on the x coordinate and clamp to the edge on the y. Should use the mutual references more because that's how it's supposed to be done eventually. It's called repeat. All right, so this works, and then I am able to draw the thing. Right now, my rendering quads says that I need to set the center of the quad. And the size, and it's going to be scaled. We don't want to do that. I guess for the grass, we want maybe to do even a separate, like, thing, maybe? Shaders. Quad. Vertex fragment. How about we do for the grass a different thing? How about for grass we actually do a different thing? Or do we not? How do I want to do this? Because the grass basically should be drawn through for the entire screen. Anyway. So I can like calculate that based on the projection of view metrics. What is the left edge and the right edge of the screen? I could do either that, or I can just draw the big quad. You know, yeah. You know what? Let's just draw a big quad. But for that to work properly, I need to change the way the texture coordinates work. Right? If I draw a single big quad, I guess I want. The oh, the game lags after a while because I never remove my things anymore. Let's load the shaders, vertex, GLSL, that is here. Shaders quad. I still want that to be like present in the path probably. Shader compilation failed. Empty syntax error. Hello? Nothing here is empty, right? Did I rebuild? I did rebuild. I did rebuild, right? I did rebuild. Oh, there you go. So this works. And we want to draw the grass. I don't know, I feel like it will be easier if I just do a new shader. Grass. Or like... I mean, yeah, let's start with grass. Let's start with grass. So here's the thing. We want the texture coordinate to be basically based on the world coordinate here. We are not going to give the UVs based on the vertex position at all. We don't do this. We don't do this. I guess. And we don't do that at all. I just give it the position. So the idea is that we want what we want. What we want is that this times 0 should be equal to -1, -1, I guess. Right? So this is our general matrix, right? Basically, the bottom left corner is the bottom left corner of the screen is what I want. The bottom. I mean, we can make this a -1, a -1, right? Sure. Let's say that +1, -1 is going to become +1, -1. That's what we want. We want matrix. So yeah, but the vertical one. The vertical one. I guess we don't care about this, right? We want the -1 on x to become still -1 on x. We want but we want a -1 on y to still become a -1 on y. But the only thing that we want to do differently is that if we do +1 on y, then this should become the ground position. And I guess this is the ground position converted into the screen coordinates. So we'll need to supply the ground. Where is the ground? Well, it's supposed to be at 0, but let's say that we are going to move it for some reason. I don't know. So let's keep this as a uniform. This basically means that GL position is going to be position X, right? We don't have any Z, but the Y is going to be position Y. But the ground in the world coordinates So ground screen position. This is going to be projection matrix, view matrix, 0 ground 1. And we want to take the y coordinate there. Well, I mean, yeah. So let's say that this is this. Times 0.5 plus 0.5. I guess I want ground screen position times k plus k times -1 plus 1 minus k times -1. That's what I want. That's the screen position. That's the screen position, and then I want to convert this back into UV. I guess. Let's start by just doing this. Though. This is okay. So we're going to still use the same, like, quad vertex data, I don't care. Let's draw it with the white color for now. So I'm supposed to see it only on the ground. If we actually do this properly. Let's just say that grass program is this grass, vertex, and fragment shader. And I want to draw it. I want to draw it similarly to how I'm drawing this thing. But we're going to draw something else. Right? Let's have a function draw grass. So program is going to be the grass program. So we set the view matrix, the projection matrix, the texture is going to be textures grass. And we're also going to set the ground to be ground. Supposed to be working, right? Okay, so something is not. Shader compilation failed. Empty error syntax. Nice. Wait a second. So the way I'm loading it is I'm using the fetch string. Fetch string. Are you saying that fetch string is not correct? Here's the implementation. I'm just returning await response text. But if the response is not successful, right? Response. Do I need to change the status? To change the status here. That it is 200. The status, read only. Yeah, there you go. So it's just not found. We have the 404 for Vertex GLSL. Shaders quad Vertex GLSL is not found. Oh, because I renamed the quad, but that's the copy. Okay, cannot access property view metrics. Camera is undefined. Oh, I think I see. It's because I am setting my camera. I should do this before I draw anything. That makes sense. No, this should work for sure. Okay, and it actually did work. I, for some reason, just needed to reload 1,000 times. Okay, we see this white thing on the bottom. This is our grass. Right, this is our ground. This is the ground. It is white right now, but we are going to actually draw it. And the way we draw it is by doing this in the vertex shader. So I want to convert basically back from the screen coordinates to the world coordinates, right? So we know that projection times view metrics times world coordinates is the thing. So we want the inverse. The inverse of a matrix, though, is not a thing to be found, I think, in WebGL, so we need to write it. And I'm just going to copy it. I think, right? Let's, let's try inverse here. It is present in some GLSL versions, but I'm pretty sure it's not there in WebGL 1 that I'm using. Right? So I'm going to say that the world position is screen position multiplied by inversed projection times view matrix. Inverse no matching overloaded function, yes. So if we want know the world position, then we can say that what the what the UV is. So UV is just going to be world position X, world position Y, world position Y if it is equal to the ground, right? If it is equal to the ground, then this is the top of our ground. So that should be 1.0. So we're going to do that, and then this, we don't overwrite with the white color, we actually sample the texture. And this might work. No, ground. It is called U ground, because it's a uniform. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. The only issue... the only issue is that we need to, like, scale the texture appropriately, right? You know, we are going to say, like, what is the texture size in world coordinates, I guess. And so over here we're going to divide that. Texture size in world coordinates. What is that though? Grass texture size in world coordinates. Bum 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 bum. I feel like also if we're doing the pixel stuff, then we should actually depend on the pixel sizes and have that calculated kind of automatically, and the world coordinates should be in pixels maybe. But that's not done so yet. Okay, the size of the texture though itself is like 32 by 8. So we're going to multiply that by... So player radius is 0.3. How about we try to make sure that the game doesn't start lagging? It's a little bit not correct yet. I'm currently despawning the enemies when they are high up, but we need to despawn them when they're on the left. Less than camera position 0 minus FOV. Yeah. We're going to do that. This is going to stop lagging now. The unicorn has a size 16 by 16, right? I guess I just divide by 16 here. Is the idea. Okay. Or do I not? Wait, it's because... Okay, this one has the radius and the next one... Yeah, because this one is 2 times 0.3. Because this one is radius. Okay, this one is supposed to make the my pixel sizes match now. Okay, and then we also don't have the wrapping mode for some reason, by the way. Did I not say the wrapping mode on my grass texture? Set wrap mode separate, repeat clamp to edge. I did do that, right? Checks parameter I... Oh, wait. This is wrong. This should not be clamp to edge. This should be texture wrap T, and this should be texture wrap S, because that's the name of the thing, and that's the value. We would have some OpenGL errors if I was to look in the thing. All right, so now we have grass. We can see the movement happening. Also, like I right now rendered the grass as the top of the thing. But it feels weird, like I'm floating on top of the grass instead of you know, running on the grass like we should. So I think we should also say that like this should not be ground screen position, but ground like this thing. You know, the top of the grass, you know? The top of the grass. So the top is supposed to be ground plus texture size in world coordinates dot y, I guess. So like the bottom of the texture is actually the bottom. I don't know, or we can do like divide by 2 here so that we are in the middle. I don't know. We can change something here, I guess. Yeah, because this is also maybe not exactly what I want. I mean, we can just say like 3. or something. I don't know. Times 0.3. Nope. Times 0.9. 0.7. Okay, is that what we want? I don't want the grass texture to be like this, though. I just realized I want something simpler. This is too much. I want the graphics to be simpler. So how about we just do that? Maybe? Do we want more zooming in? Do we want more zooming in, actually, on the game? What if I make everything twice as big? Let's spawn the enemy a little bit further out. It's spawned inside of the screen right now. Do I even have the time to react? If I zoom in like this, which I think is okay, we just need to make sure that we don't move that fast. So player speed, we're going to bring that back down. Then I can react easily. Okay. Okay. Don't like the enemy still. But I think I like grass enough. And the unicorn is okay. We can try work on the animation for the unicorn. Or on something else. Also, I don't like pressing space. But I guess we can allow multiple different controls. I will want the control to be like touch control and mouse control. But that needs implementing. Not that it's difficult to implement, but you know. How about this? It's either the keys pressed space or is key pressed arrow up? I don't know. For some reason I want the up arrow here. Feels more intuitive. Okay. What if I make the acceleration faster, like 4 times? Maximum vertical speed. Also make that one a little bit more. I'm hitting the ceiling over here. We should draw something at the ceiling level too. Okay, and like I said, I think what we should do is that if I am on the ground, if I am on the ground, then I should like jump immediately. I feel like this is not going to be enough, but let's try something. Here. So I want to say that if I am pressing up, like, you know, basically if I'm pressing up and player position is on the ground, then I'm going to say that player velocity is actually equal to the jump speed. That didn't work. Unless it was not loaded yet. TBG print. Am I getting here? I'm not getting there. Oh, it's because it's ground plus player half size, of course. Of course. So I can remember that I was touching ground instead of like checking my coordinate, which would be like better, I guess. Maybe player. Player on ground is true, is false. On ground, Boolean. So over here, I say that player on ground is true. Else, player on ground is false. Oh, and I guess I could change this thing after. Yeah, whatever. whatever. But when I'm doing the enemy, since it is also a unit, I need to make sure on ground is true for them. Okay, this is still long, by the way. So because I have tabbed out into a different window. Oh, there you go. So yeah, now I'm actually jumping. So yeah. So when I'm on the ground, I actually jump immediately. Pretty fast. Instead of slowly lifting myself up from the ground. Okay. But we can spawn the enemies differently, by the way. We can say that next enemy should be spawned at, you know, like camera position 0. Sure. We instead say that next enemy is not based on time, but it is based on like camera position, you know, while camera position 0 is more than next enemy. Then we spawn the enemy. And then we say that next enemy is, I don't know, camera position 0 plus FOV, like, divided by 2, or, I don't know, enemy spawn distance. I don't know. I guess this one should actually be RNG. You know, std random gen range. Enemy spawn distance. Okay. Enemy spawn distance. Yeah, let's say like 3 to 7 maybe. So I feel like the camera should be a little bit in front of the player, right? Kind of depends on the screen though. A little bit. But we can make it based on this. Frame buffer size. It's like this is the aspect of the frame buffer. And like FOV. Divide by 2. Times that. Maybe. Field X is not there. Yeah, this is 0 divided by 1. Okay. This is a little bit too far left. FOV. Let's just say 0.2. Some number here. I mean, we don't want it to be too far behind either, right? So maybe this over here is good enough. We if we try to like make that, then it's going to look like this. If it's vertical though, it's a little bit weird. Do I want it to be playable on the vertical? I actually do. We need to divide this by 2, maybe, like in the middle. That's not correct. Wait, this should make me always on the left edge of the screen, right? Yes. Just like that. Yeah, I guess we can like have a fixed offset from the left edge of the screen. Let's call it player offset. I think like 2 is actually too much. Or is it not? If it's vertical, it's going to be weird. No. No. It's because I'm fixing the vertical FOV, so it looks weird on the vertical. Screen. Player offset. should never be more than this, right? So half screen is this. So we add half screen and we subtract minimum player offset and half screen. So like at the worst, the player is just going to be in the middle of the screen, right? At least we see the player. Probably good enough. Okay. Let's go back to drawing, maybe. How should the enemy look like? I don't like it. This is the worst part right now. This is the worst part right now. Oh wait, hold on. I understand the issue. The problem is that our unicorn is a spherical shape. The enemies definitely should not be the spheres, right? They should be squares. Maybe this is going to make it better. I don't know. Let's try. It wasn't loaded. It's not loaded. I hate the fact that it's not loading. And go to the network, then we see the disable cache, and it is still not loading. Oh wait, I didn't save the file. That's me. There should be something. They should have some shape. They should have some shape. I actually think this is not bad. Better than it was before. Let's do this for now. Alright. So now, how about we add some animation? Also, I don't like seeing the enemies on the bottom below the ground. So we want to spawn the enemy. The we have the radius here, so the minimum should be like ground plus enemy radius, and the maximum should be like max. Now we need to write some music in Kast. No, I think for now we just need to be able to load the music. Ideally, I write my shaders not in GLSL but in Kast too, but for now, we don't do that. Alright, this starts to look like a game a little bit, right? But if we do the sound effects, this is going to actually feel like a game. So yeah, how about we start loading some sound effects? It shouldn't be that difficult. Let's do the new thing. Audio. The problem with audio is it's supposed to start only after the player presses something on the screen, which means that we first need to make sure that we're starting to play the game. Well, I mean, we start playing the game by pressing a button, for example, right? By pressing the jump button, and that's when we can start playing the music, I guess, and then it's when we initialize the audio. Right, let's see, context. And to like think about this stuff too, by the way. It's a little weird. I have like a dedicated like context types. WebGL rendering context. I think audio. Let's just do opaque type here. We can delegate this stuff to the runtime for now, I guess. Init audio. So we just, I feel like we just return new audio context or something, right? I think for this one, the easiest for me is to look at the web audio API and how am I using it here. So we just create the new audio context. Yes, new audio context. Just return it. I guess we don't need to delegate this to the right. I just say that audio is new audio context Didn't you set up anything else? Maybe not. So audio is going to be something that is only initialized later as soon as we like press a button or something, right? So we're going to say that audio. This one also is interesting. If I want to use the context system for that, then the context is actually optional. Well, it just means that maybe I should be able to initialize it. We initialize it and then we create audio buffer source nodes. We are not going to use the quad filter nodes, whatever. We're just going to say that play sound is this, where we just connect the source and we source start. So source is the audio buffer source node. That's going to be audio buffer source node is the one that we want. Let's take a look at the start. Why do I not see this in the documentation? Where is it documented? The fact that you need to interact with the page first. Hello, Elemental Magic. How are you doing? We're making a game. Look at this. Nothing works. Hold on. Oh, this. Let audio. Audio in it. Cast JavaScript. Yeah, we already do cast JavaScript. And we already started to make a game here. So we already can move and jump. And now I'm trying to load some music. And this is done with WebGL. Not that the OpenGL is needed for this kind of a game, but I'm going to use it later. Okay, let's just assume that this works. I want to play a sound. I want to play a sound. So we have a audio buffer source node. Audio buffer source node. Can be constructed. We give it the we set the buffer, right? So first, before doing this, we need to load the file, right? We need to load the file by fetching it, and then we need to decode this thing. Yes. So we need to have the method called decode. Decode. Or I mean, we can give directly here audio, I guess. Load maybe. This is going to be path, and this is going to be like audio buffer. Opaque type. Let me just delegate this to runtime load audio load path. This means that I need the context though, right? So context is current context. Let's do that. Runtime. Is there something wrong with the syntax here? Oh, I'm used to like saying equal for the fields. That's a colon here in JavaScript. So context is the web audio context. Audio context. Audio context has the method decode, or is it not? What about web GPU? Web GPU is the newer API that I am not familiar with because I didn't try it yet, and also it's not supported on. It's supported on less devices than the WebGL, so even although I could use that because that would be cool because the API is probably better, even though it's more complex. As far as I understand, it's more low level than the WebGL, but it's supposed to like unlock more performance potentially. For example, even although those things are true, I would need to learn it, and I would need to give up some of the older devices, which is probably fine, but I don't know, for some reason I'm trying to really like you know, like as a developer I like using the new things, but when you're targeting, when you're making an app, you are forcing these new things on your users too, and that is something I don't like, you know. So I'm using WebGL 1. I'm not. The WebGL 2 is also pretty old. But I'm using WebGL 1, which is very old. Yo, Infinite Coder, thanks for the raid. Hello, hi. So ideally, the ideal situation is we use something like WebGPU, but which is still translated back to the WebGL, which is what like Infinite Coder, which is what like WGPU is doing, right? So you're talking about WebGPU, but there is WGPU. WGPU is a thing which is implemented on top of WebGL or WebGPU, right? But I am right now targeting the web directly, so like there's a reason why WGPU is targeting WebGL2 and not only WebGPU, you know? Because like at least at the when they were appearing, the WebGPU was not even in the browsers yet. At this point, I think it is in most updated browsers, right? Not sure about the mobile, if it's there yet or not. But yeah, WGPU and WebGPU are different things. Just so that you, maybe if you didn't know, but you probably know, right? So this is a translation layer, kind of, which has the same API as the WebGPU, but it is more similar to the way WebGL is actually implemented. Because the way WebGL is implemented in the browsers is using the angle layer, which is the Google's implementation of OpenGL using the which is translated back to like Vulkan and Metal and anything and everything, right? The WebGPU, they have the column for this, which means that they are working on that too, I guess. Maybe. So yeah. Like, WebGPU is the new standard, which is eventually, I guess, will be the thing. But before WebGPU, WebGL is the like only cross-platform thing. WebGPU is too new, is the short answer. I'm not really targeting any devices, but I mean, I was in the past. These days, I don't really like make applications anymore that are reaching very broad audience. So I could update, but I'm just used to WebGL. So it's also a combination of the fact that I'm lazy to learn the WebGPU, the WGPU. Maybe there is going to be a new API, a new graphics API that's going to come out soon. You know, there were other like there I hear talks about like the new graphics APIs. There's also, by the way, if we talk about that, I guess there is a third option, which I don't hear anyone talking about, but there is a third option, which is called SDL3 GPU, right? So, which is also a cross-platform way to talk to the modern graphics hardware. And they have their own like shader language and everything too, which I guess is making this thing similar to the WGPU. They have like a table of the actual backends. They say in the style of Metal Vulkan and Direct 3D. I'm wondering what is their actual SDL3 GPU backends. Probably on this page. Each backhand, Vulcan Metal, D3, D12. No, they say that they require different... Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Decide why did I decide to make my language and when? I started making my own language like more than a year ago. Originally I was just trying to learn OCaml, and I decided that a hello world being a programming language would be a nice thing for OCaml, because OCaml is famous for being used for programming languages. So that's how it started. But also I was at the same time I was like reading about the things. I'm assuming that since you are using WGPU, you are using Rust, right? I'm also a Rust programmer. I have a game over there which you should wishlist it. This one is written in Rust. So I was like just learning about some other things. The big one was the Coca language, which introduces the effect systems. So I kind of just want to have Rust with the effect system. I don't think the Rust itself might eventually have an effect system, I think, based on how some of the people who are connected to the development talk about, maybe, but like not very soon. I think I can see that Rust can have an effect system like in 10 years maybe. So yeah. When I was in graduate school, most of the other graduate students were at risk of flunking out of the program because they were failing in a OCaml class. When I was in school, people like were failing. I think the reason people fail programming classes has nothing to do with the language. It usually means they don't like programming and they don't want to think about it. All right, we're trying to load the audio, and I was looking for the decode, but I don't see the decode thing here. So maybe decode is something that I myself invented here. Let's take a look. Web audio API. Decode. So we create the uint array, decode audio data. No, we have the decode audio data. This is a method on the web audio context. 9 times out of 10 they're doing the course because they thought coding is big mugs. Yeah. Something like that. Decode audio data. Oh, because it's base audio context, but I was looking at audio context. Of course. So we decode audio data. This is already promise based. Okay. I guess promise based is the newer API, but it's supposed to be supported. It's okay. So we just fetch, basically that's what we do. We fetch the MP3 file, we get the response, then we get the response as the array buffer, and then we decode it, right? That's what we want. That is what we want. This over here. So this context is the audio context. Right, so I say context, decode audio data, a response, and this is going to be path. If response status is not 200, I'm going to throw a new error. Response status text, I guess. Wait, what is this play buffer? Oh, this is what is done after? Yeah, sure. We just return, await, decode audio data. This is going to give me the buffer. That's all. That's all. That's good enough. Audio. So we load, and then I want to play. That's all, right? Play. So play, we want to be able to play the buffer, audio buffer. That's all, I think, right? So we're going to have the current context. Let's just delegate it there too. Sure. So play async context buffer. So here we are just going to do this. We're going to create the buffer source in the context. We're going to say source buffer is buffer, source connect. Context destination, source loop is true. We are not going to say loop true. We're just going to start. Right, so this does not allow us to configure the volume and everything, but we can play the sounds, supposedly. So let's create the sounds. We go to some website, I guess, like as a fixer, and we can generate the jump sound effect. Oh my god. Let's say that this is the jump sound effect. We're going to download this. To jump. So we initialize the audio. We say no. I want to say that with audio context, being audio init. Then we say audio load sfx jump wav. Sound effect jump. So let's say that we're jumping when I'm on the ground, like over here, right? We can just play the sound effect. So audio play sound effect jump, and this is supposed to just work. It's not working. Something is probably not loaded. Decode audio data is not a function. Wait, really? What is it then? Context. Oh, we have context.audio. Yeah. Like, if I give this, because this is my full context, right? Like this. Context is context audio. I might like store some other stuff here in the audio context later, so yeah, let's just do that. Okay, if I jump, and we crash. Assignment to undeclared variable source. Probably in my runtime. Yes, of course. Wait, I thought assignment to undefined variable is supposed to work in modern JavaScript, or is it because I'm like in a module? Const source. Oh, look at this. I can jump. This is very loud though, I think, maybe. Can we change the sound effect thing? I think what we want though, yeah. Here's what we are going to do. This is, we're not going to connect to the context destination. Let's actually give it the full context. Fine, whatever. I'm going to write some code in JavaScript to make it a little faster for now. Audio is context audio. I'm going to say audio, create this. Context. So context is like my object there. Context, audio, decode audio data. So this is supposed to be the same. Right? Okay. It can only work if I click before I press my keyboard. Yeah, that was loud. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? My bad. So we're going to connect everything through a different audio node, which is called the gain node, right? Audio, which is called the gain node. Okay, you know what? We're going to say opaque type. I'm going to write more stuff in the I'm going to write it directly in JavaScript. Yeah, we don't have like the audio context. We have audio is audio context. So we are going to say audio create gain. So this is going to create the gain node, and this is going to be my like master, like the main destination node. I guess, right? So we're going to connect to this master node. And we can change the volume by setting the gain over here. Let's just say for now, gain set value to be equal like 0.2, for example. This is supposed to this did not do anything. The audio context was prevented to for starting automatically though. Oh, wait. This master gain node should be connected, right? Master should be connected to audio destination. There we go. Forgot about that. There we go. So now it's not that loud. And we can change this potentially programmatically if I need. Are you ready for my first YouTube short? Is it done? You have that listed at the moment? Let's make it even less loud for now. To do. We're going to let this be programmatically changed later. Sound effect. Alright, this is just the beginning of the sound effects. I woke up really early today. So I probably want to go rest now. If you want me to take a look at your YouTube short. Mixing JS in your cast. Let's take a look at how much code we have so far. I have 83 lines of JavaScript and almost 2,000 lines of cast already. This is excluding the standard library, which is part of the like language itself. So I think I'm okay. Like I guess yes, this can be seen as a little bit of the cheating, right? We could write this code, but at some point I need to like I can make a function that is doing like just this little thing, right? This still must be done in JavaScript, right? So, yeah. But then everything else could be like... Yeah, we can like split this into multiple smaller functions and then combine them in cast, I guess. 2,000 lines of cast. You know, like, how much lines of cast do we have in total? So far, we have this repository, right? So projects. We have KuviBot, which is the Twitch bot. That one is written in cast, right? Then we have the cast itself, right? Then we have the advent of code solutions. Anything else I've written in cast? Hello, FRZ TV. Is that all that I've done? Well, I mean, and this thing, right? Right, so in total, cast 7,000 lines of cast code. Count cast mummy. I think it's in test. This one is written by Nigel. Okay, Nigel has contributed like 200 lines of or like, yeah, something like 200 lines of test code, but we already have 7,000 in total. Alright, what's this YouTube short? Nordsil is making a game in Rust, and he's marketing it. Imagine actually marketing your game. If I was ever doing this... Wait, hold on, Nerdso. What about you market Linksider for me? You're doing so good. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Unfortunately, I cannot, I think, just take a level out of the Linksider and put it into the YouTube Shorts. That would be weird, I think. So how do you puzzle how do you market a puzzle game? I don't know. You can make a vertical version of the trailer. Yeah, but this is going to be like one video, right? I mean, when we released the trailer, I got like 100 wish lists, right? Which is pretty good, but I don't know. How many wish lists do we have right now? Let me see. Linksider. $700. I think last time I looked at my wish list, we had like 300. I haven't worked on a game in a while. Is it because I have this thing in the corner? Are people actually wishlisting from here, or is it like this team that is marketing my game? Because I'm not marketing my game. I tried, but then I got bored after the first try. Do you have any spikes on the graph? Hold on. Let's take a look at the graph. Where's the graph? 1 year. Well, let me show you. I guess. Here's the graph. Right? Here's the graph. We do have a spike over here in October 14. Was I working on the game there? I don't remember. 2025. Did something happen in October? Oh, this is Next Fest. Yes, I think, yes. Yeah, Davey put the game onto the Next Fest. For sure. Yeah. It was actually 500 before it. We should have not put it on the Next Fest, though, in my opinion. Since we are not releasing the game yet. Should have been done right before release and after a little bit more marketing, I think. Are you going to make your game early access, Nerdsil? Because if so, then you probably should do the Next Fest. Because you cannot do the Next Fest with once you are early access. Yeah, I think for your game, early access makes sense. Let me see. What is this? Link Cider. $700. 700. All right. If only we did actual some work doing the you know, marketing. You're gonna do the Summer Next Fest? Yeah, make sure that you don't release the early access before then. Well, I mean, and if you are going to do the Summer Next Fest, you probably should release the game shortly after. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to go take a. I'm going to go chill. And we'll work more on the game next time. This is good progress, though. Right? This looks like an actual game. Almost. Alright. See you guys next time. Bye.